Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and watch the ads. It doesn't need help. Very slightly Deduction Central, but it does help. It's pennies. Dozens of pennies. You think I can finish it, but don't force myself. If I need to sleep, then I better get to sleep. I know, I will. Oh, it's fine. I got a monster. Go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I'm having more and more PC issues. I hate to say it, but I'm actually getting genuinely scared. Like, it's been running super, super hot lately. The fans just can't seem to quite keep up with it. Having, like, weird loading issues with like, thumbnail, just, even just loading up images in, you know, File Explorer. Stuff taking forever to load. I'm getting a little scared. Because I am nowhere near the, actually being able to afford the new one. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the farm broker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder. The only item on the table was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Aha! Good gracious! No ordinary box, it seems. Wow, though in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear the box house is a miniature music box movement. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc. Oh boy, what the fuck is on this thing? I hope it's McGilded singing the One Piece opening. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Winterbanks at much at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we have listened to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. I fucking knew it! I fucking knew you were gonna try and cuck me on this, you fucking piece of shit! Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? There's music box on the disc are unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Physically restraining myself from closing this case, boys. Physically restraining myself. I think I broke my own neck again.
Objection.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But these evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah, I know Lang wasn't actually evil, he was just a fuck, but this guy, look, you can be a fuck and be evil. They're not mutually exclusive. Just because Lang wasn't evil doesn't mean he's not a fuck, and this guy is also a fuck. He's just also a corrupt fuck. No further delays, please, play the disc! Yo! Dreamin'! Don't give it up, Luffy! Dreamin'! Don't give it up, Zolo! Dreamin'! Don't give it up, Nami! Dreamin'! Don't give it up! Give it up! Give it all! What on earth? Fucking Morse code? That That's certainly not what I would call music. These damn kids and their rap music? No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless.
This is my song! Girl!
After all that, the music box is broken.
Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot who actually thinks that? Or are you just trying to deflect? I was gonna say, yeah, we've got the typewriter girl in the stands. Can we ask her? It sounds like fucking Morse code. Broken? It can't be, can it? And he literally works in Morse code. Yeah, like he has the same job. That's right. Fuck. Yeah, he's probably just deflecting.
Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Von Zeke's gonna say anything, or are you that stupid? Hey, Shen, we're having fun. Hope you have a good evening.
See you later.
Ready to move on, Counsel? Come on. Yeah, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it really? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm going with Morse code. I believe it could still be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. This goddamn rap music will never be real music. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making me appear extremely on edge. If that's the stats of the defense, my knee pony's friend, answer me this. Oh! Yeah? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Do you think you could teach me how to make these sick beats? This music speaks to my rebellious soul. Fucking Last Surprise is way fucking better. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Yeah, okay, he was trying to deflect. He's smarter than fucking Gregson. Gregson just looked resigned and designated the fact that everyone had heard it now. He recognized what it was supposed to be and immediately was like,
Oh, no, it's just music. It's broken. That's ignorant.
Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Curly, Runo. You two are about to become that couple.
Objection.
He's not leaving this bowl without a fight. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my knee pony's friend. Ah, well. Surely you have an idea of mine, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Rivers in the Desert hits me pretty hard. As does Our Light, if you count Royal. I definitely think Persona 5's music is overrated for the most part, but it's got some really good ones. The few that are good are really damn good.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness and ignorant.
They've got me. They don't know what the... I don't know what the answer is yet.
Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all.
Really? Pretends to be shocked.
Really, the way it's made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Life will change. Life will change is good. Life will change. Rivers in the desert. Our light. I believe. Alright, if the music box isn't broken, must be the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Beneath the Mask is real gay and real good. No more what ifs. It's just gay. Aha! Could it be? Is that what those sounds are? I still just realized, why was that one juror saying reach out to the truth in Zelda text? Was it really just in Zelda text because it was a reference? I feel like it had to be. Hi, Godzilla. How you doing?
Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yeah, it's a familiar sound, have we? That I don't know about. No, Rivers in the Desert was already good. Strikers was just even better. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. We were. I'm going to have the... Oh, because of the fucking lady typing. Duh. I'm an idiot. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my Lundy Ponies friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alrighty then. Could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Literally. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Want a hint? Literally the only thing I can think of is the fucking paper. Like, I don't know how. I don't know how it all connects to the bullshit, like, other thing going on. The government agency shit, but, like, it clearly does somehow. In which case, this is the only remotely tangentially related thing I can think of. Like, nothing else has anything to do with fucking Morse code. I know communication phones haven't been invented yet. If that's supposed to be the hit, JC, it's not a good one. This is the only thing that makes even remote sense. Even this feels like a stretch. Feels like we're skipping 5 steps to get to this point, but it's all I got.
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? You were hinting? No, I didn't know if you were. That's why I'm saying if you were hinting, it wasn't a very good one because I didn't know what you were talking about. I don't know why you mentioned the phone thing. No, I realized at some point that the phones hadn't been invented. It's one of the other reasons I got even more angry about Case 2 the more I thought about it. Because the girl was so fucking scared of him having an investigator friend and him alerting the authorities. Like, oh no, he's gonna alert the authorities by carrier pigeoned, and you'll have 2 months to do something about it. Ah, much urgent. Very murder. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. And leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, Misa? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yeah, yes, that's correct. At the particular station where you work, deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Order, order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Mousy Mouse, explain.
The sort of words I'd expect you to know. Our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it'd reveal an act of high treason punishable by death! So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry into the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got to the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
High treason is angry. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Tag team! Tag team! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most egregious offense for the law of this land of sanctions capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
Oh.
You got to start wrapping the pork up now. We got things to say.
Oh.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's not Skulkin. Occupation is professional body.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to steal from a motherland.
That's right. We what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
No. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
I'm sorry, boys. I love you, but I think your little big brother might be a fucking idiot. Little big... Wait. 27. Brother. Your brother. Whatever.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilden anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
That's some suspiciously specific denial, sir. Is he the fifth brother? How deep does this family tree run? Look, all we done is break into the goth like that other night, like what he told us to do. How is he the same age as them?
If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched you.
Oh, did you not know about that part? Is your brother a liar? How dare. It goes all the way. Who else is a Skulkin? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. Adu, Governor? What's up? Do I take it you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon there? You literally already gave that away by admitting that he got shot. LaBelle's a Skulkin? No way. Not cool enough. We did, Gob, we did! Kazuma was a Skulkin? Oh no! Oh, now I'm even more pissed he's fucking dead! God damn it! I could have married into the Skulkin family! I could have been related to these two adorable young men! God damn it, Kazuma, you fucked me! Quiet down, please! What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? He's a Skulkin, you're a Skulkin. Are there any other Skulkins I should know about? Threes, Gov, threes! Ah!
I have no idea what these two referees are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? A poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Aww.
Oh, I fucking knew it. Oh. Yeah, they're just fucking small-time burglars. They did not realize at all what they had signed on for. Oh, these poor men. God damn it. Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. They're ignorant.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it has, I'll admit the court record is evidence. Von Zeeks is a Skulkin, that's our only hope. Our only hope to actually be officially part of this family now is if Von Zeeks or Schultz turns out to be a Skulkin. Being a Skulkin is the equivalent of being Korean in Kiwami too. I just saw that. Oh my god. The Skulkin bloodline is the original bloodline of all humankind. We are all Skulkins! All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago with the break-in at the Windibanks. But the trouble is that Mr. Graydon was in the... The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is making a headway with the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. Again. I love them. Episode title, We Are Finally Skulkins. Since we're playing No More Heroes next, as a reference to We Are Finally Cowboys. We all kin the Skullkins. Alright, the question is, do they actually have something to... Is it something they've already said that I can just present, or do I have to get them to react to something? I'm guessing I have to get them to react to something. I guess we press everything again.
Hold it!
Ugh. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
Because you work at a communications office?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop! Must say something! Stop! Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Let me guess. Can the thumbnail be an amalgamation of various Skulkin poses? I mean, they were already a thumbnail for the last episode, so I don't know. Maybe. Juror number 5.
We regular communications officers aren't so lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating. Thank you, juror number 5.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for the confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, whatever. The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, the messages are sent in cipher. No one in the place can possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. And he's received the top prize at Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
God damn! Juror number 5 dragging his ass. Fascinating. I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't understand his pun name, but yeah, okay. Nashi is the Japanese word for pear. That's why he's Nash. Okay, cool. I probably should have figured since Ringo is Japanese for apple, but I didn't know. I love it.
Stitches get stitches, juror number 5. Stitches get stitches. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate if you'd keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully. Never meet your heroes, kids.
I tell you, those accusations are completely unfounded.
The fan translation names for them? I do not believe so.
Hold it!
I don't believe it was mentioned. They're not?
To anyone with a brain, it would be blatantly apparent to listening music box for you in only a few seconds.
Oh, of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. The Sogi and Asogi save his funeral in Japan? Oh, fuck off. Motherfuckers.
How about you shut the fuck up, bitch? Then I pull out my gun.
He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
Ha 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 ha! I would more than happy to demonstrate the basis for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it's the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would fall into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility the music box was instrumental in leaking of government secrets. That's to leave the defense at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponi's friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 dot tones are required, dots and dashes. Yeah, I'm aware. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could it be used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Nash was Nemi after the Japanese word Nemui, tired. Ringo was Tully after Tari, meaning happy. Their surname was Tinpillar after the word Chinpura, hoodlum. Aww. The Tinpillar men. Let's see. See how for McGilded sits the box with the man deposited at Windibanks. Could be a more perfect fit.
No question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Despite that
the sounds produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. Doesn't make any sense.
I wonder, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all of its secrets yet.
I was thinking more flip the disc over, but hey. Aha!
What is it, Runo?
I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright, then here goes.
Well, look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to playback on this side?
Yes, I think so. Looks like the two movements are linked together.
Oh, okay, I was close. I played 999. I know what Morse code is. They were linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Aha. We don't have the second disc, though. We know one probably existed. Oh, they were Nemi and Tully, and they were looking for their third brother, Wally, in reference to Where's Waldo. Good. Alright, I guess that's enough for now.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the chord is heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke!
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, He was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though in hash its holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Raven, victim of the omnibus case, must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. Looks like you give your arguments more strength, Bruno.
Do reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Raven.
If I must, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this point, at this pointless cross-examination.
Okay. So I guess I need to somehow establish... I'm guessing I need to establish the fact that he knew the brickmaker, at least, since we don't have actually have access. I need to actually prove he's the fourth brother before I can do that. And I'm guessing I don't actually have that information, and I'm probably gonna have to wait for the brothers to react to something.
Hold it!
I was gonna say, yeah, do I have to examine the music box again to properly update it? It looked like the description was the same. So 2 months ago, that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in Artisan Quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
There must have been somebody else involved in the scene behind the scenes of all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilda to negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that.
All brickmaker from an artisan quarter and his well-to-do communications officer. Well, I can find some evidence with a link between them. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Explain how you know this guy. Like Mr. Graydon told you to, you mean? That's it, yeah, who else, eh? Silly me thought we was just popping up for a natter after a dozen years, but the Rotterdam a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash.
I have no idea who this person is. I don't even know who Ash is.
Let me stop you right there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. What does that mean?
Excuse me.
I don't speak Cockney. Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What, the me? Who, me? I'm so invested in your family's history and lore. I want to be part of your world. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something you seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old lap together way back when. Together, with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at it now, this fancy whistle and flute. And you wouldn't have believe it. But when we was younger, he was from a poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But we was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what had never gone over our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? You adore Ringo, he's your favorite Pokemon? They do, they look like Pokemon! They do! They do not look like human beings! That's what they corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. The old copper can eat fish and chips, so we can't eat the fruit? Fuck you. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down your trip on memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant? Probably. My lord, Yes, Counsel. The brother's last statement. It could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! A skulkin's ever skulkin. Vonzi's is scared they're gonna out him as a Skulkin. Oh no. Milverton and Skulkin's last run. Get ready to love them even more, that's impossible. Milverton. His name was Mason, right? Oh, can I not look at people? I can't look at people right now, damn it. Alright, well, explain. Who's Milverton? I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking this, but who exactly was that? Or what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it all was about. Aww. Now I can look yellow. I'm gonna look down. Do we have a profile on that guy even? Because he was from the third case. Like, he's being relevant now, but he has been involved. Yeah, we don't have that guy's last name. It's Mason, though, right? We don't have anything on a Milverton. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. No, they're just good dudes. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? Yeah, thrice broke Mason. Or thrice fired Mason, I think. It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come in? Oh, was it? Oh, the blood. Oh, yeah. It should be in the blood samples. Wait a minute. Yeah. Thrice fired Mason. Do we not? Yeah, that's a nickname though. Yeah, we're actually missing a name. We are actually missing a name from this man. Not sure if Mason's the first or last name. I guess Milverton sounds more like a last name. Where'd that part come from? All right, I thought the clever dogs like you would have worked it out by now.
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't...
Excuse me, sir, your brothers are talking. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. If you ask them about their business model and how they do it, it's pretty mischievous what they do. Do they just leave milk on people's porches with no explanation? Do they steal milk and then leave it on the doorsteps of poor families? Oh, what monsters these two are. What hardened badass criminals they are. Oh, these total fucking monsters. Why is it the only mention that the name Milverton... Why is it only mention the name Milverton you decide to interject?
Because,
It weren't the happiest of times that Gon came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Derryhood. She took the name Graydon then, see? But that would always be Milverton to us. Aha, okay. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
of course not. This is a bumpkin. I've been a Graydon since I was born.
If you recall correctly, they stole milk from one neighbor and charged double to another to get the milk earlier. Oh my god, that's fucking diabolical. Those rotten bastards. Those Skulkin brothers. Criminals of their generation.
You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm?
Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Ah!
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony's been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. Could turn out to be extremely important. That still doesn't help me though, because I still don't actually have anything saying that that guy's last name was Milverton. It's obvious that's where it's going. But shit. Like, we have very little information on him. It's pretty much just the blood sample. Oh, we have his full name right here. Oh, thank God. Okay. Why did they deliberately fucked with you by only showing his nickname? Didn't even think about it. Literally didn't even think about it until it became relevant. Smart. Pretty sneaky, sis. Okay. Also, yeah, his name is Ashley.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why'd you try and hide your former name from the court? I was gonna say, does that mean no? Like, it is a fact. Like, I don't, like, he was clearly involved with the whatever that was going on there somehow, but, like, I do believe it is a fact that only 2 people were in the omnibus, right? He didn't kill his own dad or some fucked up shit. I don't think that's where we're going.
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiated with McGilden. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. The game tried to trick me to thinking it was his last name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't, that's ignorant.
I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would not take time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilden in collaboration with your father. You did, Pump. Pump. Don't be ashamed of that one. He is very handsome. He looks like Carlos from Zero Escape. He's very pretty. It's just that personality that needs work. His dance moves are also quite impressive. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say? That's ignorant!
The truth that you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilden. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Exactly. Carlos can only do the hustle. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of his using 2 music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilden went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago. in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of Skulkin Brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second discs. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? What?
We never knew nothing about that. Please let these guys get off with a slap on the wrist. They're clearly just fucking petty crooks. Please, please don't let them rot. I love them. On the night Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder at the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
It's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all of this actually being on that fateful night 2 months ago? All this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense!
Tag team, bruh. Tag team. You and me, bruh. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What? Ah! That's ignorant!
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired on the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. That's what he gets for dancing around. His brothers tried to tell him! His brothers already damn near blew his cover, and should have blown his cover if not for people being idiots. And letting them get away with it. They literally already blew his cover by pointing out that he was gonna hurt himself, and he still kept dancing. Fucking clown. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it?
No? That's ignorant!
He's got you down, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. So they're immediately just like, oh, well, you win some, you lose some.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply.
Oh! Oh! Are you gonna take him down with you? Oh no, you're trying. Are you trying to take your brothers down with you, or are you trying to take Gregson? I was hoping he's trying to take Gregson. Please tell me Gregson was also in on it. I want him to fry. Damn it, no. Oh, you do not deserve them. You absolutely do not deserve them, sir.
Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there when the bakes that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Whoo! As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Yeah, no. Once I realized he was talking about his brothers and not Gregson, I realized, nah, they were already screwed. I thought he was gonna take down Gregson with him, like he had paid off Gregson to downplay his involvement. That's why they were fucking whispering and being sussy as hell. Nevertheless, the defense now has established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence.
The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Yeah.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it.
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here!
What? The fuck's that mean?
I still got a gun! Yes, as you say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of running the distinguished career I'd built for myself as a communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment? You see... Whoo! This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client!
This about to be some old bullshit. Are you suggesting...
I saw it all! I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him!
Uh-huh. That's why you didn't just, say that right away. The second your brothers implicated you and you knew it was screwed. Order, order! Well, we see we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If this shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment of the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these rustlings were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Good gracious, that's quite extraordinary. Extraordinarily bullshit!
That's ignorant.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Well, I believe him. He's been so forthcoming with everything up to this point. What reason would he possibly have to lie now? No. Order, order, order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Whoo! So you see? My hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Oh, it's an act of self-preservation, all right. It's just also fucking bullshit. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, I am sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered all over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh, yes, quite sure. All of the black overcoat the pickpocket was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
McGilded's theme playing. Is this his theme?
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
Motherfucker.
What? Only very recently a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not to some amateurist detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here in science, as in law. Theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Ah, fuck. Very Aqua Teen energy, a little bit. Heading to bed, Stu. Tommy is so cool, not overrated at all. Yeah. God. Oh, it's the suspicious people theme. Okay.
Don't move, Ginny! Bang! Bang! Padow! Padow! Padow!
The glass throw into the lamp. Oh yeah, yeah. I want somebody to edit Aqua Teen Hunger Force audio over a trial sequence, and edit the glass to also light on fire after he throws it. The way everything Shake throws gets caught on fire instantly for some reason. It's not Mr. Windibank's blood it's for that scene from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded. He was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Von Teach, make it show at once.
Yes, Captain Kirk, open hailing frequency, sir. Let's boldly go where no one's gone before. Beam me up, Mr. Scott.
With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... I was gonna say, Ryu, that was the wrong way to handle it, bruh. Just say, hey, there is blood, but we have reason to believe it's fucking old as shit. Trying to just deny the test just makes us look like idiots. And sus.
Counsel, yes, my lord. Your cross-examination.
Of course, of course. Examination doesn't go well. But I managed to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now. Got a bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. We need more Aqua Teen to this channel. If we could find a good gif of Meatwad dancing from the opening credits, we could edit him next to Eddie. Eddie needs a dance partner. Meatwad, get the honeys, G. Driving in my car, living like a store. Ice on my fingers and my toes at Amatoris.
What's your feeling, Runo?
As much as I hate to admit it, don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment.
But you have to find a way to break this man. Break his bones, that is. Kick him in the shins!
Indubitably. Quickly, too. Before they discover the blood on the overcoat that Gina was wearing. Or once they discover the blood. Oh, we could also have Sholmes down there, yeah, if I could find a transparent of it, yeah.
It's a bit strange he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Ginny's coat. Doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen.
We know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on?
All I know is it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't?
What can I say? Von Stronheim's word is law.
Detectives can use test tubes, too.
Mind that. I have to find really stark inconsistencies in his testimony somewhere. Find out before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain. That is a very specific detail, sir. All over her.
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, if it's sullied with, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood.
No, it definitely is not. It's Mason Milverton's from when McGill stabbed him.
It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we can prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it.
Oh, bother. How could this happen on Winnie the Pooh's birthday? This is sacrilege!
She tossed the gun out of the peephole? I just caught this part. What the fuck?
Hold it!
So what was the gun in her hand? What? She threw the gun out of the room. Literally, why would she do that?
That's right, after the broken part of the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
The direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor at my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing? That's fucking stupid! You're fucking stupid! Stop being fucking stupid!
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up.
That awkward moment when you realize that literally everything about this case would fall apart with the aid of modern forensic technology. This is why. Shit like this is always why I call bullshit on those stupid fucking episodes of Star Trek where they're like, oh, technology's so evil, oh, we've come so far, but we've never been further apart because technology is evil, a rural simplicity. This is why I hate that bullshit. This is why I can't stand that bullshit. Because fucking technology is fucking crucial. Because it stops dumb bullshit like this from happening. He was probably wearing gloves, but also just in general. I'm talking like ballistic evidence and everything. Ballistic evidence, proper blood analysis to actually properly fully identify the person who it came from. And not just stare it down by type or whatever. That kind of shit. Man, fuck the 1800s!
Without thinking, I just went and picked it up. Oopsie poopsie. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
Oh, you hate that shit too, Rick? Yeah, I can't stand it. I cannot stand that bullshit. I hate it in Star Trek. I hate it anytime it crops up in any fiction. It's such bullshit.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Especially because, you know the fucked up thing? Any stories that do that shit, anything that does that type of story, the people who are saying technology is bad, those people are always, like, wearing clothes. People who say, oh, technology's bad, people are still wearing clothes, or reading books, or making fire, or bows and arrows. That's still technology! The application of human ingenuity is technology! You're just drawing a fucking arbitrary line and saying, okay, only this much technology is allowed. That is only a valid policy if you're also running around naked in the woods. You do that kind of bullshit, I can at least respect you for being an idiot. But when you just draw this imaginary line and say, okay, we can have this stuff, but we can't have iPhones. Fuck you!
Yes, it was yours truly.
Hmm.
I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
The clear up? The fucking first wheel? The first wheel is technology! The first wheel made of rock is technology. Medicine is technology.
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Wilson and Flo told us here to tidy up.
He thinks he's a little bit mum sometimes. We're the same age!
I was paying you enough, by God.
Nah.
AI is evil. That's an acceptable line. I still kind of call bullshit on that one, but because stuff like Terminator exists, whatever. If you just think that we shouldn't be making like stuff that's too smart, that's fine. But again, like I said, it's again like there's a really shitty episode of Star Trek where there's a community like that, and they're like, oh, your starships and everything are evil. Our line is the proper line. It's like, fuck you. No. It's just a spaceship. Shut the fuck up. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Terminator only exists because we treated robots like the poop? Exactly.
You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
You leave him alone! Excuse me! Excuse me! Fuck you! Don't you hurt him! You bastard! You lying piece of shit! Excuse me! Unhand him! Unhand my son! That is assault! Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this is a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw, let me grab me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Why didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station?
And why didn't you?
Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming people in the door.
I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not that, are you?
Go up, Blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this gives me the willies.
I was gonna say Rango wasn't even reacting. I'ma stay on my own lane for this one. I like it not being strangled. That was odd. Inspector doesn't normally get quite that worked up. I wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him.
No matter what you say to him. I think you might be a special case, honey.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Mom told me to deliver the testimony. Uh-oh, is that really it? Wait a minute. Did I press everything? I didn't get this one, did I? Oh no, okay.
I admit to nothing of the sort. After I can even show the court such a disc as this, can you?
As expected. I won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face.
It's not as easy as you thought, is it? To pin a crime on this lapel. It won't stick. Not murder, not treason. I'm untouchable. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Can't touch me. Do-do-do-do.
Ah! He starts having PTD episodes and he doesn't know why. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. Fuck, I've already pressed everything, haven't I? Tree Man's ancestor. Oh no, I don't think I pressed any. I think I skipped straight to like the relevant stuff.
Hold it!
I don't think I got some of these early ones. Mr. Winnebago emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just regular man-mother burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. It's for sure. I didn't even know the thing was loaded. When you say you were near the entrance to the shop.
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong!
Or else you'd be thought a statement against the gun is. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be that. I'm just not sure how to disprove it exactly. I don't think we have a picture of Gina fucking lying there with a gun. We have a picture of him. But... I was trying to help me, bro, but the geezer tossed me over the blue encounter.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella. And that's what made him scarper. The pair of you setting about this poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you! Sorry, God.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment when you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor of the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly the moment when it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I could explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Winterbeck intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then we scuppered through the door back out.
At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chase after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door did a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening about head length that lets you see what's in there from the inside, from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No, not likely, Gob. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gob.
I doubt the two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbeck take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
Except that peephole only magically appeared later.
The defendant?
Yes, neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Fuck. Where was he trying to flee to if the door was closed? When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with the gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbeck's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
But no, I wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet was from Mr. Winterbeck's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun guarded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. Not mine.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
So where the fuck is it? No other gun was found at the scene!
Calm yourself, counsel.
I'm sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment.
Why exactly? Then why would she point her own gun, his gun at her when he had his own the whole time? Like what?
Little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
This doesn't make any sense. Okay, thank God. I was like, okay, everything's wrong, so where the fuck do I even start with this? Thank God, I had to press everything. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
The results of the test were ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood of the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, Counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the results of splattering following a gunshot wound.
Oh, fuck off.
End of report.
Fuck off.
Goodness me.
Am I crazy?
See, what did I tell you?
Would gunshot splatter not be completely different from a stabbing splatter? Am I stupid or are they corrupt, is what I'm asking.
See, what did I tell you?
Would it? I don't know. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. 1800s tech, also 1800s tech, I know.
Well, the dead cannot speak, isn't that right, my Nipponi's friend?
I'm sorry.
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence, and yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
Does this mean you're out of the bowl?
I call it a belly disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help with the answer to that problem. It can't be done! But, we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated kit.
Mr. Sholmes is a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I yelled at Borowski to starving boy, and he ran away crying.
He doesn't even know why he's here. Strangling and hanging. Strangling and hanging I could understand. But, I don't know. Again, 1800s. It could just be 1800s tech and not knowing the difference, but I don't know. It feels very, I feel like they're either stupid or corrupt. Because to say definitively, oh, it seems consistent with a gunshot. If blood splatter from a stab wound and blood splatter from a gunshot are that similar looking, then I feel like they shouldn't be definitive about it. Like, it feels like confirmation bias, you know?
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that? Like, why specify that it seems consistent with a gunshot? Why not just say, oh, blood splatter confirmed? Or traces of blood confirmed?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony of the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, did you remember that you're a character in this game? Yeah, at this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Da.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe this. I've come so far. How is it unraveling on me so fast? Oh, won't you tell me, please just tell me, explain how this would work. Sholmes, save me. I keep waiting for it. I keep waiting for him to pull a Lang and get his ass in here and help us. Please? I'm gonna hope. I'm gonna hope I'm right. Gut instinct. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Please? Oh, no. Huh? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Lots of sip. Is that you, boy? You should have showed up in the maid costume. Master disguise. Turly enough for the Turtle Club. Am I going mad? Ah! Yep. Fuck off. Mr. Sholmes! You look ridiculous. You stop that. My boyfriend's back and you're gonna be in trouble. What? What's the meaning of this? Why are you Jojo posing? It's a Jojo off. It's a Jojo off. Order, order, order. What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be if I not been sent upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Sholmes is the Force Skulkin! I knew it! I can still marry into this wonderful family! Yes, good day, Iris. You appear to be rather late. My apologies. I'm out of water. There is no more sip to be had. Now, my lord, will you humor me? In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance of which I wish to give the young lawyer of there. Won't you be so kind as to spare us the time? No more than 5 minutes. What say you to this, Lord Von Zeeks? This trial has already taken many hours of court time and my life, having spent so long already. Exactly, having special already. Don't want to go anywhere to get any more precious time. Improvise? Ew. No. JC, that's disgusting. No, absolutely not. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes. And now we're in jail. I hope not. I mean, I hope he didn't say that for sexual purposes. Gamberg, thank you for boosting the stream thingy. Very well, Couchel, you have 5 minutes. Rick, thank you for boosting the stream. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, you alright? Alright, I'm all wrong. I'm sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, oh man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. Okay, alright. Alright, not a P versus bad joke. Okay, acceptable. Get us out of jail. Monado, thank you for boosting the stream. MD, thank you for boosting the stream. I fear even that may prove to be too much for me. Pray forgive me, or shall I pass out? Let's make this discussion as short as possible, then.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots! They've all got the brain holes! Order in the court! Bring in the dancing lobsters!
They always hide when stream boost is available? Why do they do that? It's like they're trying to sabotage me from getting 75 viewers on average. We're never gonna get more emotes. God fucking damn it, I hate everything.
None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of small to be in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Let's have a live demonstration. Everybody cut open your hands. We're gonna find the changelings. Right, modesty? Surely not. You can only see it in the Karma-Trine menu. Good God, that's so dumb. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. He made us a lunchbox. Oh, I can't stay mad at you. What's that? Something lavender wrapping. Spice, thank you for boosting the stream. A leaving present from Miss Susato. Oh, Susato made us a lunchbox. Ew, heterosexual! From Miss Susato, it's still very sweet. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Yeah, we need to have Redacted and Riverfucker on Twitch. We're never. She's 16. Who, Susato? Oh. Oh, right. Oh, AIDS. Yeah, hashtag problem. It's the 1800s, guys. I don't think they gave nearly as much of a shit back then. Exactly, yeah. That was normal. Hell, it's still technically okay these days. But you should wait until they're 18. You should absolutely wait until they're 18 to absolutely act on it. But like that's a what is that? What's the age difference there? It's 8 years or 7 years. Not even really a shipping age. Like just for sanity's sake, 8-year age difference. Come on. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. The launch is the key to all this. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you want to do, wouldn't find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Hmm? Oh, wait, what? Is that how that got there? Why? Did they fucking break into our house first? Did Gina take it? I was gonna say, it also had, like, ornaments and shit on it. Yeah, that one had, like, shit on top of it. It's not visible in the picture, but yeah. It was the cat! Who the fuck would have done it? Who the fuck would have had it?
I used this, my latest invention.
The cat made a door for himself. What is that?
I call it the cat flap-a-mat. Can make a cat flap for any little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Otto muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she? Oh yeah, she did say something like that before she left. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure.
Did you do it? Did you? You were the one who woke us up, right? When we realized Gina was missing. Was it her or Sholmes? I'm trying to remember the sequence events. Who woke us up when we first realized when we first went to the fucking place? Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. Shit, that's right, because she's fucking scheming with Sholmes. Either way, it fucking may have been her. Because they were fucking in on it together, clearly. The fuck did that mean, Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Sotter made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic. Susato time to use this cat flapper mat, right? But why? That cat's a skulkin'. That's why it's so cute. Your 5 minutes is over. Oh, I thought 5 minutes was longer than that. Frieza lied to me. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Well, that's fucking ominous, is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. Any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder about that. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. Why would you tell me that? Oh no. Do I have to change their opinion, or can I just cut straight to the chase? And be like, hey, asshole, that peephole probably fucking didn't exist while you were still at the scene. I almost want to just say cross-examination. Yeah, like, it was mentioned, like, he brought up the peephole several times. And he did say a summation wouldn't work. Yeah, you know what? I say just fucking let me at him. Let me at the bastard. I think I can do it. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine new witnesses now. I don't want a new one. I'm not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yeah, we never did finish. I interrupted you. It was me, Sholmes. No objections, Counsel? No, not at all, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Ruto has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. Yeah, I didn't think about that part of it. I forgot that, yeah, we were interrupted, but I was just thinking logically, like, there's, like, all, like, why go through them? Like, why go through why they're convinced when I think I could just fucking cut the snake off at the head and tell them why he's full of shit. Now that I actually have the evidence to back it up. I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Okay, see, now I'm scared. I'm gonna have to save again, because now I'm scared.
Because obviously the cat, the maker is the new piece of evidence, but like I'm gonna need to corroborate that by establishing it wasn't there. So what do I do? Do I just present the cat door maker, or do I present the first photograph that shows the door is not always there?
Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto. It's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Mr. Sholmes! No! I'm too young to be a widow twice!
To stand so incessantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling.
A little bit of both.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly on one of the antechambers.
Strike him in when he's down, why don't you?
Von Zieks is like, ha 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 ha! I win the Ryunosuke Bowl by default. My husbando now. Well then, counselor, are you fully prepared?
Prosecution, important question. Are you single? Are you still interested? Yes! One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Misella? Oh, fuck Misella. I hate Misella, I'm sorry. Misella's awful. I'm glad you got her new version. I didn't roll for her. I don't like Misella at all. The longer Crestoria's story has gone on, the more I decided I don't like her. She's such a one-note character. I like Beat and also Kanata. Look at me, much character, very well. Shut up, lady. I won't waste this final chance that Jason has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Best healer in the game? The new version of her? Yeah, I've fought people with it in Arena. But I don't care enough about her. I'd rather roll for characters I actually give a damn about. Like Vicious. I got Psycho Mode Vicious on my first 10 pull. He came home very easily. Oh, man. Is this really gonna be it? That's some final boss-ass music. Egg Benedict is a way cooler name than Ashley Graydon. Changed my mind. I'm scared. I feel like this... I feel like it's almost they're saying I can only present one piece of evidence. It almost feels impossible to. Because the cat maker door maker with nothing else is just fucking nonsense. That's the only actual full-on new evidence we've got, so I guess. I guess we at least try it.
Objection!
Yeah.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counselor?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, sir. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. I need one of these, genuinely. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without owners having to open the main door.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sure we can work that out for ourselves. Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there is no cat flap on the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it'll help if I described its function with another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard. It was you, your Japanese assistant, in charge.
Yeah, the 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yeah, how could you have?
What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, that door had no hole to look in through.
What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that peephole in the door was?
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant, using this device. I'm still confused why the hell it was so ornate compared to the one we saw at the house, but...
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is a most devious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers to alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony... Oh. If I look back, the ornament was a coat hanger, was it? Ah, sneaky. Okay, I was thinking she had gone there before we even woke up, but no, okay, it was when we were chasing after the bros. Okay. Riddled with holes!
Riddled with... Explain yourself, Counsel!
The majority of Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, the peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
Yeah.
In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Da!
Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. It's ignorant.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can even cut through the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Hee. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner!
Ah!
Baby!
Iris, no! They're gonna have strays in the courtroom! On second thought, this is fine. Good job, Iris.
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not simply make cat flaps in the oak paneling in the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom at the window box was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps on my cat flap-o-mats are created... The cat flaps my cat flap-o-mat creates are all the fixed size. The dimensions of people at Windibanks are an exact match. Nah! Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it is my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the people has the dimensions that are perfect for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Von Geech? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetuator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact there is no proof. Ah! And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
I've got photos, bitch. I noticed this literally 5 hours ago.
Is that indeed that is so, Lord Von Geek's well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. It's time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this. I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof the people in the drawer at Winterbank Storm was created after the event, not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Miko Toba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. How the fu- I mean, like, again, clearly she was collaborating with Sholmes, right? Like, that's what they were talking about when she was leaving. Like, she went to see him in the hospital before she left. Like, clearly he knew about it, because he was still in there injured as well when we chased after the Skulkins. Nonetheless, goddamn. That's why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
This print shows a scene at the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
Sholmes and Susato walk in with slicked back hair. No! Yeah, but more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Ah!
Mr. Graydon. Susato's hair is already slicked back. The clues were all right there all along. I was so blind by her being charming as fuck. Oh, Susato-san, I trusted you. And this is why Maya's still best girl. You couldn't have possibly witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door.
Nah.
In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Break down, break down!
Ah!
Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistance guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene.
Maya is for parties, Susato is for homework, exactly.
But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Von Geeks! The defense may have established reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
It wasn't me. It was the man on the grassy knolls. He did it. I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. It's ignorant. In fact, when you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here.
Oh, please. Fuck you. I don't believe this.
It was my twin brother, Hammond Benedict.
They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat store after the cat's been bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? You don't make any sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is Provocative Talk Council. Want to enlighten the court, explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies of the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the peephole, right? It's like, yeah, if it didn't only get there later, how the fuck did you find out about it? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that's so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously Oh, fuck.
Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. He's in with the cops. Fucking Gregson probably told him that. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? If that is your real name? That's right, I know! Mr. Hammond Benedict?
Well, I am. Yes, of course I am. Place is chock full of bottles, so my lads had to go through and thoroughly examine all of them.
So filthy in here. Wagahai, get off here. Get out of here. You shouldn't have to see this. His real name is Gregerson, with 2 G's.
I give the order staff officers working around the clock and shifts, so we got through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Yeah!
And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in that door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Cheeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put my report.
Oh my fucking god, you're guilty as fuck. Shut the fuck up, asshole. Shut the fuck up, Towhead. You are not a skulkin' and you never will be.
Really nothing more I can add to this testimony if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied, fuckface.
Oh, well, bollocks. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? One of your post-op bandages finally fell off. You should. Oh no, was that supposed to happen? Did they just tell you to Did they just tell you to not touch them, and when they fell off, they fell off? Was it that policy? You should have known about the. You should have known about the existence of that peephole. Can we? Oh, I was gonna say yeah. He said pathetic. Yeah, shit. Yeah, can we get? Did he say pathetic? Can we get the same zoom in thing? The super close up with the pathetic text. I need it. Which can only mean you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Ah!
Objection!
I know you don't disagree with me, dog. Dude, you're trying to stop him from leaving. Clearly, you're thinking the same thing I am. They did say if they got close, you could rip them off, but you're too anxious about them to do that. Yeah, understandable. But yeah, if they fell off on their own, then yeah. You could dress it up again yourself, probably. I'm not sure if you have any bandages big enough, but just be careful. Maybe call the doctor again. Oh, it's the weekend, fuck. Call the doctor again when they're open. And see what they say to do. If they think you should try and redress it on your own.
Stop right there, my learned friend. You do realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yep. The defense believes the details about the case Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. You went to the hospital on Saturday. Oh yeah, hospitals are still open on Saturday. I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking regular physicians. Yeah, I guess the hospital. I guess call the hospital and see what they think, or whoever. Like I don't know. Normally, I think they give you like some kind of like office number to call for any follow-up questions, or at least they're supposed to.
Who is the person in question, Counsel?
Oh god. Oh god, I'm out of water. That's right. Shit. I'm fine. We know. We all know. I've been done known. I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy at all.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Blah, 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 me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Considering the facts, the fact we'd only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours, we learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here for the communication station.
And at that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. Just a bit concerned since it's the only one of the three that had any bleeding, but after 3 weeks it should be fine. I would hope so, Fusion. Yeah, like I said, if you're really that concerned, then go to the, maybe pop back in the ER, at least, like, ask what they think you should do. But yeah, hopefully you're fine. Welcome back, Bestie.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. You just realized movie night's this Friday. Like I said, that's the official verdict is that movie night will be once a month every Friday. Very soon, I've got to get to obtaining those movies. I only own one of those films on DVD. I have to attain the rest through completely legal and legitimate means. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away any details of our investigation to this fellow?
Shutter Island is on Netflix. Shutter Island is the one I already have on DVD. Shutter Island is the one I already own. That doesn't help. What are we watching? We are watching. It is Psychological Horror Night. We will be watching if we have time. I might have to cut one of these for time. We'll see. We'll see what time I can start. But Truman Show, Shutter Island, Get Out, and Cube.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Except they literally fucking did, dog.
Ah!
Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, baby girl?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that bullshit. Recently I rewatched Monster House. Monster House was cute. I actually saw that in theaters with my cousins. When they were still babbies. Get Out's the only one I would need to find. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Raid and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag!
You have a lot of nerve comparing anybody else to a toe, sir. Look at your fucking head.
You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I give away confidential details to I'd like to this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps... it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Oh! He fucking gave you the other disc back, didn't he? Motherfucker.
We were discussing how hot Von Zeke is.
Obvious lies! Everybody already knows how hot he is! Why would you need to discuss it?
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance? Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations in this Nipponi's student's specialty.
I don't do that!
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Would you believe all the fish and chips he could ask for? If the inspector really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Hey, low battery.
Runo, do you think it could be?
Yep. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal the Inspector Grayson made with the witness?
Oh no. Oh no. He asked for a charging battery, that bastard. Yeah, Shutter Island is a long-ass movie. It's a very good long-ass movie, but yeah, I don't know. I can probably start a little earlier. That'll help a little bit. Like, I can probably start at 6 or 6:30, like I did for Ed, Edd, and Eddy, to make it a little easier, but yeah. I mean, it is happening on a Friday, so hopefully that means people don't have to peace out as early. Because I'm willing to go for like 2 a.m. if I have to. Like I do for streams, since it's a once-a-month thing. But yeah, generally speaking, you might need to think further ahead. Part 2, I think it needs to be a once-a-month thing. Eventually, I don't know. Or, oh, you mean eventually, like a second theme night with that? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe just 3 movies. 3 movies is probably a safer benchmark for the future. I'll try and make it work for this one just because I already promised it, but generally speaking, for future references, we'll have to, you know, be more careful about the time management. Because yeah, I need to once a month is plenty. I need to stream regularly. I like the group watches. I love the group watches. I have more fun doing the group watches half the time, but I make no money off the group watches. And as established, Kibo is on his last legs. He is, oh my god, he's running so goddamn hot right now. Jesus Christ. Honey, please stop scaring me. Yeah, 4th, the movies aren't super long. I don't know what to do for sure. Donate now so Kibo can watch JoJo. I don't have any Sipscroy. Oh. It has to be the second disc, but... But I don't have any way of showing that. The closest would be the fucking music box, I guess. Yeah, I know what you meant after you said eventually. Yeah, I gotcha. You'll work on getting PayPal set up sooner or later, then you can pitch in with a cut of your PC money. Oh, thank you, Fusion. Yeah, I appreciate it. That would be for that specific disc, exactly, yeah. I'm gonna go with the music box and hope that counts. Because it clearly had to have had the other one in it at some point.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that on this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked from overseas by the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that a code on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing these secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little...
Take away that man's fish and chips right now. He doesn't deserve them.
Order, order, order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. We could cut Get Out and use it for a more modern psychological horror night. We could do that. Because it is true. I do, like, it is a psychological horror, but, yeah, it's definitely slightly different than some of those other ones. Not quite cut from the same cloth. But yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I think I'll finagle it so that we can do it this time. I'll start earlier and I'm willing to go late, but just, like I said, just going forward, I gotta keep it in mind. That's all.
I'll be taking that whatever it is I'm going to start to the art. Thank you very much. Hand it over.
You're not taking my fucking Persona 5 copy! I'm sick of it! Sick of fighting y'all with this. Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry. Add to it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Sick of this fucking twee-wee shite. Wanna play P5 again?
That explains why when I presented this disc evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume.
Does Truman Show count as psychological horror? It's pushing it. It's admittedly also pushing it, but hey.
Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure about myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector Shirley. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the scene to a witness? To aid and abet this man giving false testimony?
There's no other way Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean the second disc is, as we speak here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, you mean to say?
I was gonna say, yeah, Truman is, it is a horrifying situation, exactly. It's actual horror. It's not oogity boogity jump scare. Oh no, it's the bye-bye man. He's gonna kill you if you know about him. That's why he doesn't want you to know about him. What? It's actual horror. Actual horror is stuff like The Truman Show. That shit's actually terrifying. Spooky Pop-Tart jump scares are lame. Since I wanted to do a group watch tomorrow, I finished group watch Sunday, Monday, and Friday this week. Yes. That's assuming we finish tonight. Still, yes. I imagine we will this one. I'm powering through. I'm committed to finish this tonight. So yeah, Sunday, Monday, Friday. Sounds about right.
Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? But he has the second disc on his person?
Yes!
Pop-Tarts can be scary, don't get me wrong. If you ever looked at the calories on a box, you know Pop-Tarts can be scary. But in the context I'm talking about, Pop-Tarts are not scary. I'm talking about Pop-Tarts being used as a jump scare. Not scary. At all. Nor are terrible CGI mannequin monsters. Yo, fuck the Silent Hill movies. The defense demands that the inspector be searched at once.
Definitely! They could only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gracie hasn't moved from the witness stand once.
My lord, please. Order examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
It's up your butt. It's already up his butt, you bastard.
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against the Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious. Ew, I'm not the one searching him. Please tell me it's not me. Ew, no, I don't want to do it myself. I don't want to touch him. He's greasy. Too much fish and chips.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Your Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Disc must have physically changed hands, which means Inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Oh! Oh! No! You know what? No! Just in case I'll say, but no. Nope. Nope. You thought I would forget, motherfucker. I would not forget. I would not forget. You put your hands on my son. You put your hands on my son. I would not forget. Don't touch my kids. Defense formally demands the search be conducted.
When? Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponi sublimus may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's person. Wait, what? Did I pick the wrong thing? Okay, no. I was like, I didn't say search him, bitch. I demand a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Watch all this then. I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost at last, have you, sunshine? The court should have put you up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. Whomst? Sholmes? Stick it up for me again?
Be quiet, all of you! Bruno's doing what you told him to and having the courage of his convictions. So you all should shut the fuck up, respect that, and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Cause that's the British way. Bitch!
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly waits his next words. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly certain I know who actually has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search now?
Don't touch my sons!
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never!
They're so confused. These poor boys.
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witnesses and conduct a search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
For fucking dude, shut the fuck up.
Objection!
Cavity search him! No! No, don't cavity search my boys. If I thought Gregson actually shoved it up his ass, sure. But don't cavity search my boys. He fucking stuffed it down his shirt or something when he strangled him. Asshole.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Rah! In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Von Jinx! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now on the more. I don't know nothing.
I was gonna say, did he yell at him to did he make him do it? Or,
I don't know nothing about this. Cut it out!
like, did he make it? I hope this doesn't get him extra jail time. Like, did he shove it in there without his knowing, or what? Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's...
Nash was never the same again. They stole his innocence, those bastards.
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box just left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson?
Order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, I just Gordon Damon Bennett. I swear I didn't do nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm guessing he just, like, said something else to him under the pretense of strangling him. And just probably stuffed it in his pocket without him even realizing.
Counsel, would you please explain exactly what is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between the witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of that disc that the inspector created for the information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
Which one?
I don't fucking know. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I meant nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, I did. Thought he was talking was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing. I did bonus approver I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and wake a whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got them to the station? That's what he said. Yeah, it's right on my old ear or it did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Grayson created for himself, in order to hide the disc.
Bless my wig, he hit it? You! I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man revealed himself earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secret leaked by the ministry. And do it on the QT. Hush hush.
Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in the court as evidence, it would be problematic. Hashtag problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under distinct direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket.
So was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Certainly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain myself. Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit to. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. It's ignorant. I have no idea what any of this is about.
That was so stupid it actually hurt my brain. What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Do. Can't trust us. Do. Ladies and gents of the jury, As a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. I did what I had to do. I shot. You don't get to sing that song! That is Sholmes' song! You haven't earned what he's earned! So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide in life when you make your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuous in the court concluding of a trial. Tumultuousness. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I'm protecting our country. All you have to do is convict this 17-year-old girl of murder. I believe it's time you put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one's become a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurry. Everything's so blurry, and everyone's so sick.
As a fellow professional, I like my favorite detective, really.
Braden is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Bias! The detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're actually gonna believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now...
Is Ginny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right the fuck now, then yeah, we're gonna lose.
Either some proof that Braden...
Either some proof that... Either proof that Grady killed Mr. Winterbank, or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to support Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you thus far have not presented to the court.
Let's just call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
Sit now. All comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I hate this. You can choose one. You don't actually remember. I'm guessing it's either. I'm guessing... I kind of figured you can't get either, but either way, I have no idea. Is the problem.
Oh shit, help, thank you very much.
Crazy Uncle Pro has gifted a sub to MD. MD, enjoy your eggs and emotes. Very good timing. I get the feeling we're gonna need them. Either for the game or for me. I can't tell. My first immediate thought is to just fucking talk to Gregson and maybe actually play both the goddamn discs. Like, can we do that? Can we actually fucking figure out what's actually on there and what's actually being said? That's what I want to fucking do more than anything. But I don't know, because I mean, at the end of the day, like, we know what it is already. It's fucking government secrets. All playing that to the general public is gonna do, and is... is make sure he's fucked over. Which, I mean, hey, I'm all for. We'll go with that. I hate Gregson more, so we'll go for him. For what it's worth, I've been save scumming. I have not actually needed it. I think I reloaded once during part 1 or 2 yesterday. I actually have not been actually using the save scum very much, if at all. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I'd like you to see.
Oh, what's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. So I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to admit the deal he so clearly struck with Brayden. Final boss music's been playing for a long-ass time. Or was first heard a long-ass time. It was during the bullshit photo window. That's the one. Yeah, that crap. Yeah, that's the only time I really save scummed. How do I present this is the only thing. Do I show this disc, or do I show the box? If that's even what I'm supposed to be doing, I don't know. I genuinely don't know how to go about this. The disc, I was gonna say, yeah, you that's the problem. Again, with this game, you never know. Because if my line of thinking is correct, then both the box and the disc should mean the same thing. But I don't know. I'm gonna try the box.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, Counselor?
Yeah, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, thank God, thank fucking God. With the second disc we've just discovered in the place as well. 2P7s could be used. Oh, could the disc have been used too? Oh, excellent, beautiful. Good game, good game. With the second disc we discovered just now.
Goodness, this disc, Counselor? No! Wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector.
Wrong!
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, we're talking about state secrets here. If you're gonna let the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
And it'll be your fault for not just fucking admitting to your own goddamn shortcomings. Let's not forget, Inspector, you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. And continue to lie to court, all because, by means fair or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Peak Chad right here. Good fucking God. We got Von Zeke sweating. We got him thirsty. So hot we had to take a drink.
Come on, Von Zeke, for Pete's sake, stop it!
Objection!
You think he gives a fuck?
Yeah! No, I don't think I will. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I am a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Wrong! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul.
Ah, yeah! Fuck yeah! Bros!
Very well, the defense stance here, that of the prosecution, has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request,
Did that Dracula man just drop kick the desk? You're goddamn right he did. Mwah! Beautiful man. Night-night fusion. Take it easy at work tomorrow with your wound. Uncover it, okay?
Be very careful. The court will now listen to this music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
It's just Chicago.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom, Inspector?
I was gonna say, the fucked up part is it actually sounded more like music. Like, I don't know. It actually sounded more like Morse code to me when it was only one disc. With both, it actually sounded dangerously close to music.
I did.
Ah! Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we stood here in the stand together.
I told y'all McGilda's mixtape was gonna be fire.
That's when he approached me with a deal.
Yeah, he's not evil corrupt, just shady corrupt, but still corrupt nonetheless. And I hate his fucking simping for Iris. And I hate that and I hate that he has a towhead.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment, even, so how about a trade? I suggest you accept. The information that made mistakes lead to insane and is uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
If that's the fucking Morse code disc, then what the fuck happened to my copy of Persona 5?
Oh, that thing, I threw it away.
You fucking piece of shite! You destroyed a national treasure! I want that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted that as Rosal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear.
He was doing his job. I get it. Yeah, like again, whatever the fuck is happening at the higher ups, again, the whole system is clearly like fucked in some way. So they probably just gave him the go-ahead to do whatever the fuck he had to keep it under wraps, including framing a 17-year-old girl. I get it. I get that he thinks what he's doing is what's best for his country, but yo, fuck you.
So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed all those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I was gonna say, I was hoping... I know it's probably technically unrelated, but, like, it's clearly playing into some kind of larger issue. Hence why we have a second game that's more of a part 2 than a second game. Like, so much stuff is gonna go unanswered even after all this, I know. So, yeah, I want to know. I want to know what was actually on that disc, because it's gonna end up being key. Possibly. You still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Even Lang wouldn't go this far. I'm inclined to believe even Lang would not go this far. Lang was just a fucking idiot. who probably more unintentionally than intentionally, kicked other people's character development in the nutsack. Greg, like I said, I get it. You're serving your country, but dude.
I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
The British government is hiding LaBelle in Area 51. Oh man, it all makes sense. The message on the disc is 20 tips for managing your waistline. Oh, man. I need that thing. Nah, I don't. I just gotta keep exercising. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? I was gonna say, yeah, I'm assuming that means I was also correct that he let him go on purpose. I don't know. Well, then again, I don't know. Would he have needed to be that blatant about the deal if they had already had some kind of prearranged thing going even back then? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought he let him get away on purpose. Yeah, I thought that was a distinct possibility. But it is possible he was just incompetent.
Nah!
There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. My version of Gina has not actually played P5, and it's just a copy that Egg Benedict took for alien time travel pods. Yeah. It makes sense. It checks out. She's totally one of those fans who hasn't actually played the game, who has just watched playthroughs and videos and thinks she knows everything about it. She's a Smash Brothers fan is what she is. On that note, wait a minute. So, okay, when I had to choose who to present evidence against, is there an alternate route? I'm curious now, actually. Like, was there something I could have presented against Ashley instead? And gotten an alternate scene, or did it have to be Gregson? I'm curious. You perpetuated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank.
Nah! You.
Traitor! Oh my god! Ah! Kill him! Kill him! Oh my god! Oh Jesus! Bailiff! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once, sir! Why do we keep letting people in here with things that can be used as weapons? That's it then. It's all over. Jesus Christ. Oh, beautiful. Oh, is this your tragic backstory? Oh, do I need the sad violin? I need the tiny violin. I don't have my tiny violin is still in the box. God damn it. Fuck. They managed to top the Swan Queen, yeah.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. And I deserved it! How dare they not pamper me like I deserve to be!
I'm rolling my eyes. I'm rolling my eyes very hard.
So I set about studying to better myself to one day escape from that hellhole.
And eventually you became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Seriously, like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but if I had managed to pull myself out from a situation like that, I would be perfectly content just having a roof over my head. Why?
I needed my own copy of P5, but they never bought it for me. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money! Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine.
That's pretty fucking pathetic, dog.
Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fan with Quirt. Tell him that you are. I've got money to throw your way if you're interested.
Oops.
That's all you need to do. Just go along with me little plan now.
Why, rich buy giant-ass mansions with large wasted spaces to fill the voids in their hearts from their sad childhoods. Because their parents were really mean to them or whatever. It doesn't work. Maybe you shouldn't have lost contact with your brothers. Your brothers seem to genuinely fucking care about you. I'd love to know why. Gotten them better jobs as well? Actually had friends in your fucking life? Dipshit.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilda would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lore of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
Exactly, JC. Yeah, like I always talk about this. Like I want to be, I just want to make enough doing this to make a comfortable living. Like I'm not looking to buy a mansion or anything. Like I live in a house. I live with my grandma in a house that's paid off. I intend to keep living here. I don't have any major car payments or outstanding debts. I just want to be able to live comfortably. I just want to be able to live comfortably doing what I love, making people laugh, and occasionally buy a Gojo standee. That's all.
I don't ask for much.
For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker. Though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yeah, Mr. Mason Milverton. Alliteration is fun.
That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Fine with a room for yourself and some goodies in the kitchen, Rick? Exactly. The little things.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools. Would you there in the loft?
That's how I had him make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You are taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilda in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs of the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilda for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Years later, Nova, you think that's enough Gojo standees? It's never enough! Nah, I just need one. Why would I buy multiple Gojo standees? That was an exaggeration. That would be ridiculous. Clearly, I need to get the Gojo standee, and then a Beat, and then a Suzuki, and then a Shoka. The pecking order. One thing at a time. Was that the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information in a way that in that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why wasn't it on the omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilden, not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilden, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles.
Yeah, he's a fuck the way sheep is. Like, I get it. I do get it. I get how he got here. I'm not heartless. I understand. I understand that I collect figures. I collect figures and contemplate buying Gojo standees. I understand the need to fill a void in your life with material things. Just not to this insane of a degree. Like I said, because, that's a respectable position, right? Like, look at the way Jury Number 5 was idolizing him. Like, he had a perfectly good standing already. He didn't need to resort to underhanded shit like this.
My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand?
Oh, fuck. I feel awful. I do feel awful this guy died now. Jesus Christ. I feel bad that I suspected that he may have actually killed his own dad. He obviously didn't.
Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus and hand over the second disc and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night.
Yeah, what the fuck did happen then? Good God. Like, was McGilded an asshole and just told him to tell him what his son had been up to? Or did he demand more money, or demand... He probably tried to demand he stop doing it. He probably actually, once he realized what was going on was so shady, he probably tried to ask McGilded to leave his son alone. Fuck. Yeah, I feel more sorry for the dad than anything else.
All I know is that this was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then when I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge!
Did you fucking murk McGilded? You little pyromaniac? Revenge?
As anyone with the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways.
To exact revenge! Through interpretive dance! Shimona!
Fire, so he is Carlos! Oh no! No, he's anti-Carlos! Carlos destroys fires! This man creates them!
To crush any semblance of justice in this trial,
He's anti-Carlos!
Carlos Black. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
Who let Ushikoshi in the Capcom room? I just want to talk. Soul Rack! Evil twin from another universe. Soul Rack. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor to the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved!
Tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago. I feel less bad. Like, burning alive is a hell of a way to go, even for, like, the most monstrous of people, but, after seeing what he did to the guy's father, that he really was just, he was literally just probably trying to get his son out of a shitty situation, and he killed him for it. Yeah, sorry, McGilded. Your rhymes may have been fire, but so are you now.
Was planned and executed by yours truly.
McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? It's fine, he can keep releasing sick rhymes in hell. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. What? This officer is so much was led to believe. Believe it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. McGilded and MCP Pants collab. Please. I need that in my life. There's another Photoshop I need. McGilded making gag signs with MCP Pants. I must be making track style. Stop for an inspection. Straight Out of Hell could be the album title. They're going to extend the omnibus again, so I'm told.
If I asked for present for myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. MC who now? 1 second, let me find MCP Pants. Let me find MCP Pants. Where is he? Load! Load, damn you, load! Oh my god, there's already a transparent of him. Dude, MCP Pants could be in the band right now. Dude, this is MCP Pants. Him and McGilded. Hell yeah. Straight out of Skulkin' Hell. Yep, that might be a winner. That might be the winner. I'm writing it down.
That's right, an imposter hired by me! McGildy used his wealth to manipulate the trial.
He paid people who have not watched Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I wish I could see your faces right now.
He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie on their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell.
I want candy.
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end.
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful in places, you know. Each is filled with each is like an extremely secure vault. Hell, way to cover your tracks.
So I knew that if he'd taken the steps to hide the disc, it'd be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial, the pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it had to be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
He was absolutely right. I was gonna say, Winterbank had no idea. Come on, he couldn't have known. He would have just done like what he did with the music box. He would have just like put it in little packets and shit that he knew Winterbank would have looked in. Winterbank was a Chad.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector!
You're alive! Damn it.
My orders were to gather the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going into the yard, but we had to keep quiet as we could.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, he's standing much further away from him now, good god. It's a nice touch.
Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
Very pretty music still. His name wasn't Mick Gilded, it was MC Gilded. You see? I'm telling ya. MC Gilded and MC Pants. Collab of the motherfucking century. Straight out of Skulkin' Hell. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With help of your old friends, the Skulkin' brothers. Do people hate Gregson here? Yes. Yes, we do. At least I do.
What happened that night
What happened that night at the pawnbroker I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilden on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it in my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him.
I actually feel really, really shitty. I actually feel really shitty now, given the thumbnail of part 8, I think it was, on the YouTube. I actually feel dirty now. Oops.
I had intended to shoot in his direction, much less kill him, but unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
It was funny at the time. It was funny at the time. I had no way of knowing that that would actually happen for real later. I just made a joke about the fact that they both had guns at the time, so it was a European standoff. Case 3 dirty, not that dirty.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night.
Would that count as self-defense? I don't know, because they broke into his place. I don't know what laws were like back then. Like, typically speaking, these days, if you break into someone's house and they shoot you, and kill you, then it's considered self-defense, or it's considered justified. Back in this time, I'm not so sure. Unfortunately, I don't think self-defense would hold any water there, because like I said, they did break in still. Or and they both had guns as well, yeah. Like even if they can say they only intended to steal stuff, they were armed as well. So yeah, not a whole lot of ground they can stand on.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony! For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Do you feel bad? I hope you feel bad. You should feel bad. I will kick you while you're down. I give no fucks.
Yes, I think I have.
Can we put him in the same cell with his brothers? I'm willing to give him that much. His brothers have got to do jail time too, right? Self-defense and unreasonable harm still counts when you break into someone's house in the UK, you think? There's a similar case? Okay.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett up Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. The men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
I was gonna say, and the charge of murdering McGill did? We'll give him a mulligan on that one. I'd give him a mulligan on that one. Just woke up inside, I'm gonna try and frame a child. It happens. This is just like the ending of Persona 5! Shut up! Gina, shut the fuck up! Play a different video game!
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision to the court.
Never mind, sir. Never mind, Your Honor. Lock her up.
Not guilty.
Susato went back to Japan
Guilty.
under very suspicious circumstances that I'm not entirely convinced of. Is really nothing gonna be done with the Russian guy? Is the Russian guy really just here to fuck with us like the fucking clown man from earlier? That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! I'm just like the idle Joker!
Finally, Runo! You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world!
He's just a tourist. I am but tourist. His mouse is the real mastermind.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh?
What? What's he looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial day, not only did you unlawfully enter with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilden's property, it seems.
Eh?
I've never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. Not like you were gleefully wearing McGilden's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
Nah, she's still gotta do some jail time, honey. It's gonna be a pretty light sentence. It's gonna be a pretty light sentence compared to some other shit. But hey.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. You are a Chad after my own heart, Ryunosuke.
That made my heart go doki doki. I am sorry about that, though. Is the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done. If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... Oh. Oh, are we actually gonna find out what it said? It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. That's what I was... Oh my god, did I actually call that? Dude! Like I said, it genuinely did not sound like Morse code anymore by the time we put the second disc in. It actually sounded more like it with only the first one. What the fuck was it? Was it... Mixtape. Mixtape! What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by these two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What?
What? Can that really be? It was a copy of Persona 5. Aw, happy ending for Gina.
It wasn't Morse code after all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Oh, you off, you! Not how many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine! This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilden conspired to trade national secrets to our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's gonna bug me! Before he even had it out completely! Oh, Ryunosuke! Oh, I can hard with this boy. Rick did it! Rick actually did it! And it looks so professional, holy shit! Ah! It's real! Oh my god! Oh, I can't wait! Oh, it's perfect! Rick, holy shit, I love you! Oh, it's the thumbnail. It has to be. It absolutely has to be.
Miss Lestrade!
Yeah, my lord.
That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Oh, it's the thumbnail. It's unquestionably the thumbnail. It literally has to be. People clicking the button. I'm sorry.
Falsified evidence. Intimidation. Perjury. A grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come off it, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I'm an edgy badass, I've seen it all before and I'll see it all again. Ain't nothing gonna bring me down.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina, for the love of God, please. Please. Character development, come on. You can do it, girl, I know you can. I do not hate you, I really don't.
Look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change the way you've got to change how you are yourself. I learned that from a little game called, oh god, no, not again! The World Ends With You.
She played it. She had her DS with her. She played The World Ends With You while she was waiting in the stands. She had her DS. She played a different game. She's finally learned. I knew she could do it. I believed in you. She can be a real game reviewer now. Which is just like Persona 5.
No. That's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence ever again. No offense.
Again, she never even actually played P5. Maybe she can also play P5 for real and understand how overrated it is. It's one step at a time.
Now, with regard of the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty!
She plays Neo in the sequel. She plays Neo in the sequel.
I played Strikers to that cunt. I only know Nintendo consoles. I want to play P5, I really do, but they won't fucking port it to the Switch already. I keep pestering them on Twitter and they fucking ignore us all. They know what the people want, why won't they fucking do it?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
She's one of those. She's a port beggar. Again, one sip at a time.
Make out of the courtroom. Go. So, alone at last. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
What if we kissed in the courtroom, or... Just kidding. Unless...
Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client.
I was gonna say, Von Zeeks, you're really killing the mood by being racist, dude.
You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it.
Do I look like Dimitri from Three Houses to you?
Well, actually... Racism is his kink? Oh, no. Whether from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. Aww. I was gonna say, he's more of a Hubert.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Wherein?
Cross swords, you say?
Oh, I went there. I already went there. I dropped off the deposit slip. I went home. And I thought long and hard about how I'm going to withdraw it the next day.
Totally heterosexual right here.
I love fruit. Fruit's delicious. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
What are you talking about?
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
So you've dated a Japanese boy before. Kazuma had not already been here, right? He was coming here for the first time. That was my first thought, was Kazuma, but there's no way. I don't think this was supposed to be his first trip here. So why clown shit happened? We're rebound? Hey, it's fine. He's our rebound too. And possibly a rebound from the same guy. Blake 3 set the stream and saw the grandma from Aqua Teen. He's not a grandma. That is MCP Pants, and you will respect him as such. Why is it always gay with me? It's not always gay. Dusk, you weren't here for Neo Twiwi. No spoilers, but Neo Twiwi is one of the most heterosexual games I played in a long-ass time. It's not always gay. You just happen to always be here for the gay.
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. I believe his name was Kazuma Kiryu.
Oh. There are more Japanese guys in Ahsoka. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was him. We can joke about it being him, but, We can joke about it being him, but, I believe this would have been his first trip over here. He wanted to go urgently. He wanted to go here. Like, there was something, again, there's gotta be some larger plots going on. Like, maybe some kind of relative, and that's why he wanted to come here or something. Because, like, there was some shit. He had some motive for wanting to come here besides what he was telling us. Besides just, you know, for studying law, to study law. Something was fucky there. Yeah. There are only 12 people in Britain and 5 people in Japan, clearly. Who dated Kazuma's brother? Would make sense.
You mentioned something similar earlier today, about a total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Sequel. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Some people are worth waiting for. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Barely in my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Ah! So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. If you're gonna sequel bait, that's a good way to do it. I'm sure as hell interested. We actually did it. Yep. Yep. Kamen Rider Decade tomorrow. Then. Yep. We actually did get it done. It's gonna be at like 1:30 in the morning once we're done with the wrap up. But hey, we did it. America. So wait, we aren't gonna kiss? It's done. It's over at last. But that was a good ass case. It was. That was a very good one. I enjoyed that one immensely. I hesitate to it's definitely the best one in this game. I hesitate to actually measure it against like other cases in other games, but just that was damn good. Just gut reaction that was damn good. And like I said, I was terrified. I was terrified. Once I was told that this was more or less a part 1 and the other one's part 2, I was very terrified about a lot of the shit getting resolved. And not everything is, but that's fine. I still don't quite know what Susato and Sholmes were up to. I feel like there's more to that. I don't think she got called home for the same reasons, necessarily for only the reasons they said she did. The government conspiracy shit, I feel like there's more to that. That clown guy never showed up again. That was clearly done purely just to fuck with me. But, generally speaking, that was a very good one. She never explained how she knew about the fucking Hound of Baskerville shit. Yeah, like there's a lot of shit we didn't get the answer to. But like I said, I'm satisfied though. They're sequel baiting, but not in a super blatant way. Once I was told that the second game was more of a part 2, I was terrified that this was gonna end on like a digital Devil Saga tier cliffhanger. Like I was sweating. I was already getting mad. Like God fucking damn it, I'm not gonna get any goddamn answers to anything. No. It's a satisfying conclusion in its own right. It's fine. For now. I didn't write this game. Also, Justice for the record, group watches are not moving to Sundays. Group watches are not moving to Sundays. It's just that Kamen Rider Decade is awful, so I want to get through it as fast as possible, so we can watch good seasons like Double. Especially because to actually even finish Decade, we have to watch the first 12 episodes of Double. So we're powering through it. Normally, we'll go back to once a week once that nonsense is over with. But yeah, it's just because Decade is bad. How bad are we talking? It's not awful. It's just that, one, it's not going to make any sense. Anyone who wants to join the group watches, this is a bad week to do it. Because Decade is even worse out of context, I think. But, it's not the worst. Saber's the worst. But just, just get it over with. Rip that band-aid off. Where's Iris? You're gonna do it just for that, Mdino. Decade will be your intro to Kamen Rider. God damn it, I told you not to. You love out of context Kamen Rider. You know what, that's fair. Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Doesn't really matter with this game because it's in the same bag. Yeah, exactly. I feel so bad, though. I feel so bad for anybody who played the fan translation of this all those years ago and had to wait presumably until only just now to finally play the second one. Good God. You poor souls. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Na-Odo. You believed in me right up until the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about my name? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
It's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. It's also bad because you genuinely forgot parts of the first game which were important, Rick. Yeah, some of these tricky ass bullshit ass evidence presenting. You rewatched Nico's as a refresher, yeah. Like I imagine a lot of people were doing stuff similar. After all, I had the taste in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and I paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in! I ain't doing the blushy, crushy, tee-hee bullshit. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Baka. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. I guess. Whatever. I don't really care.
Thanks. You too. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. I miss you, Kazuma. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption! Pardon the interruption, but what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? I saw you making puppy dog eyes at that Van Zeeks bloke. Have you forgotten about me already? Are you cheating on me? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing impatiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling and your stupid feelings and your stupid video games.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, it was me all along! Dio! You see? Kono Dio-da! Notice me, senpai! You're older than me! I'd assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again! I'm a menace to society. Oh. Holmes is a Persona 1 and 2 fan, so he can't stand Gina. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctors who is tending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily should be a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Von Zeeks is a P3 stand. He's edgy enough. I could buy that. And Ryunosuke's just like, I don't know, I kind of like that fourth one. I don't know, yeah, it wasn't as dark and edgy as some of the other ones, but it was happy. It was a satisfying mystery. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the sense of family. You fucking daft bastard! You can get that shit from any game! You don't play Persona for family! You play Persona for cool shit! Congratulations, Arnold. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? they both just bite his head off for liking P4. God.
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Iris like Persona 1, what a queen. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, that's for sure. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I well have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
He's going in for the kill. He's got to earn his points back.
Kazuma, that's why Kazuma couldn't stay with us. Kazuma didn't play Persona. Kazuma liked Digital Devil Saga. Oh god, he really was too good for this world. God damn it. And Susato likes mainline SMT. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. She's a traditional Japanese lady and all that. The broker was too big of a P3 fan. Evoker, no. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Oh, right, shit. Iris is playing Digital Devil Story on the Famicom, yeah. Yeah, she's that OG. Holy shit. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Don't scare the girl now.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in this trial he ends up working on winds up dead anyway? That it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact.
We need a GAA tier list based on what SMT games they like. Oh man, who likes TMS? Who is the Giga Chad that likes Tokyo Mirage Sessions? Who is it? Who is the actual biggest Giga Chad in this game? That's a hard question. Soseki! The Skeletons! The Skull Kids! No, not the Labelle guy. Fuck that guy. Soseki and the Skull Kids like it. Yeah, there we go. I like the Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Yeah. I like the pretty costume changes. It's fun. It's a fun RPG. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
But damn, fucking curse me, you dumb shit. Hello, Mono Bagel. Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs, I mean, like, God? McGilded too, because he likes J-pop. The Russian juror plays Jack Rose! The Russian juror would absolutely own a Virtual Boy. He seems like that fucking guy.
What is Fire Emblem, brother?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. And once we got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coasts like that Globetrotter who are rotten to the core. And at the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they got what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I'm not like McGilded on this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see.
A trait which you would, and a trait in you is which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oh, I just give it a rest, all right?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are, Hurley! How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
Did you know they actually like the Persona games Beyond 1 and 2?
Fucking plebs!
As you know, I have a penchant for disguises, so I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Once you credit it.
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Gonna have a stern talking with Ginny later.
Oh, be careful. She's not wrong, Sholmes, unfortunately. You seem like you should have a bigger presence, but like, how many times did we not quite notice you when you were Spider-Manning it up on furniture? Quite a while we forgot about you. Ow.
Anyway, it's just such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't think I'm gonna be going anywhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them other offences. What was again breaking and entering, taking the bulk treasure stuff was in lug, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But I've an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think that's how it works.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, not quite, but I was never a pickpocket.
Anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them a lot like me who suffer from... I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it.
Is she actually gonna become a cop? After what she went through with fucking Gregson trying to fuck her over, I don't see that being a thing. I guess she could be a lawyer too.
What is it?
Nothing. Bacchus!
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Weather, Odo? Yeah?
Ah! Why? Literally, why?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... I don't know how to deal with my feelings, so I'll fall back on my old ways and do what the Phantom Thieves would do.
God fucking damn it! History refused to change! Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
An occasion such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh, yes, it's good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo.
Aww. Is that gonna be... I have to imagine she's gonna come back and actually have, like, a legitimate profession, inspector or otherwise. Is that nickname gonna stick? That's adorable. It also is good because it reminds me of Star Trek. Oh.
Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Oh. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. She's fine. She's fine. She's not as cute as the Skulkins, but hey, who is? There she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable Pickbus.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside.
I'm too young to adopt. She's only a couple years younger than... Why? Dusk, why? I'm retweeting it, but why? They're like Brushel untouchable, exactly. Maybe Persona 4 ain't so bad after all. She's learning.
It's a special edition and the trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Irish. She would have been thrilled. How did they print that so fast?
Oh no, how silly of me.
Brushel is their descendant. I can believe it.
But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno, Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. Hopefully answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It has a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still be able to make it in time to wave Susie off.
Aww. That doesn't help me because I'm still suspicious about her even leaving, but what the fuck? Is Inspector Gregson a Lang? In my opinion, yes, honestly. In my opinion, he's about the same tier. Like, by the end of everything, I was about as annoyed with him as I was with Lang. But hey, I'm still not gonna give him the voice, because enough people have objected to it that I won't actually give him the Lang voice. But just have it be known for the court. They are different. They are different kinds of fucks. Don't get me wrong. They are different kinds of fucks, but they are still both fucks. As far as I'm concerned, if there were a Lang tier, they would both be in Lang tier. But that's just me. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, there should be more than enough time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't. The Great Detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I solve all my problems with blackmail. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Lang, Gregson, fix when, not soon enough. Just kidding. Nobody wants to see that. Please no.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Please don't let this be the Titanic. Where was the Titanic on its way to? The Titanic was not on its way to Japan, right? This can't be the Titanic. There's no way. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Forgive me. All of my... I'm not actually... Call me ignorant. Miss Susato, what the fuck are you doing? Forgive my ignorance, but I will confess. I know very little about the actual legit history of the Titanic. Most of my knowledge about Titanic comes from the, you know, the film. The classic. Everybody's favorite. Titanic, The Journey Goes On. The animated film featuring a rapping dog. The true story.
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see?
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did her trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. Mono Bagel. You know, there's something you should know, so I'm gonna tell you so. Don't sweat it. Forget it. Enjoy the show.
Working all day, now it's time to unwind. Kick back, relax, get a load off your mind. Everybody's feeling fine because it's party time. Party time. Party time. Everybody's feeling fine because it's party time.
Don't tempt me. Never tempt me. I'll fucking do it anytime. All day, every day. True music. Man, fuck Celine Dion. The rapping dog is my hero. McGilded could never. Nah, I think he could. He's got a good producer. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
You know, that's something you should know, so I'm gonna tell you so. Don't sweat it. Forget it. Enjoy the show. Working all day, now it's time to unwind. Kick back, relax, get a load off your mind.
I get tripped up there. I actually skipped a good chunk there. Something.
Because it's party time. Party time. Party time. Everybody's feeling fine because it's party time.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. That's your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? All you need to know is party time, clearly.
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell.
We're saying goodbye to law? You! Susato-san.
Would I be correct in assuming that it's because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. It's very important to me.
Well, if it's that important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-a-mat. So I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruto. Right! Chase after those quirky characters.
Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop. I started to think that that door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, this little device I had at my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flap-a-mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that added information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have as yet counted for nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he'd manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Oh.
For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather large ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? That's why she did it? Did you realize Gregson was sus too?
So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. Jesus Christ. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight.
She was the real Isa this whole time. Her hair was slicked back the whole time. We didn't think about it. Didn't think it was possible.
If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Oh.
You would have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato, what the fuck?
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
Can't imagine why.
Bruno's a shit liar, so his cover would have been blown immediately.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost the right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole consistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Oh.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, as they should have been intercepted.
In cipher, I see. So we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
You cracked the code, boys. Sadly, McGilda's rap album wasn't nearly as good as we thought. A. What? Excuse me? Was that his last name or... No, okay, yeah, no, Kazuma, that's right, because everyone kept calling him Asogi because of the fan translation, but no, Asogi was his first... it was his last name. So there might actually be a relative. What?!
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something?! Asogi was the name of my best friend!
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? What the fuck, small child?
I thought the message was probably going to be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
Why did you say that name?
It suddenly occurred to me, see? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
You need to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
How very convenient. If only you had been in the courtroom with us.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever important for international communication.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course!
Very good. Holy shit, MD. Good God, you have been fast enough.
But what can that possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence is mostly meaningless dots and dashes. Made the color drain from Sato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So this British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? What the fuck?
I don't understand the reason why yet, but...
Very best plot. Thank you for the follow.
The message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names? What's the full name on Asogi? The first is actually Kei Asogi. What the fuck? Unless he has a relative with the same first initial.
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why the fuck is his name on that disc?
The second is A. Shin.
That one is not familiar to me. Shin? I do not recognize that one.
The third is
T. Guregerson. Man, fuck katakana. T. Gregerson. Guregu Gregson! Balkan Skull theme? No, it makes sense that you translate it that way. If she's using the Japanese one, I get why it would come out that way. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on that list. What the fuck is he doing on here? No wonder he was extra ass blasted.
And the last name?
What's the matter, Miss Susato? I was gonna say, I have no idea what it could be. I was gonna try and say, like, maybe Von Zeeks or something. Like, there's really no, there's really no fucking rhyme or reason to these. As far as I can tell, or at least in terms of connections. What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
If we don't find out. If we don't find out until the second game, I swear to fucking God. Part of me wants to say it might be us. Like I said, there's no real rhyme or reason to it. Like, I don't get, like, there's one person we don't know. There's Gregson. There's Kazuma, possibly. Again, with only the first initial, I'm actually not 100% sure on that being Kazuma. Like, he could have a relative that also just happens to have a name that starts with K.
Don't keep us in suspense. Don't make us wait till the sequel, Susie. I swear to God, I'll bust a cap in your ass.
It's Dio Brando.
The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh. Oh, they're going backwards. Who the fuck is Aouchi? People keep saying Aouchi. Literally, I'm sorry. Forgive my pea brain. But who the fuck is Aouchi? Is that a name I should know? People have mentioned that name several times. I don't know who the fuck Aouchi is. Oh, Pain's ancestor. Okay, my bad. My bad. Okay. Alright, my bad. Okay.
I was gonna say, someone suggested possibly a hit list. And I was gonna say, okay, maybe it's fucking backwards, but no. Because Kazuma and John are at opposite ends.
What?
People have been making the Sasato joke for a long time. She's long been sus. Yeah, okay. Alright, so Shin's the only one we don't know. And they weren't taken exactly, and they weren't taken out by the same person. Kazuma died because of bad writing. Wilson died because of a swan. We don't know who Shin is, and Gregson is still alive, at least for now. Shin Megami Tensei! Oh no! We gotta save him! He could still be alive! Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean my daddy?
It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the four names, it reads, if I translate them from Japanese, that is all for... The fuck? What the fuck do any of those people have in common?
Never thought Case 2 was weird. Oh no, I just said Kazuma was killed by bad writing. Because Case 2 was weird and bad. Gregson is unironically the key to all this. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that this contained Japanese Morse code? I was gonna say, if Gregson's actually somehow already fucking dead, I swear to God. Because, yeah, everyone else on that list is actually... I don't know, we don't know who the fuck Shin is. We don't know who the fuck Shin is, but, like, all those other people are already dead. Presumably, in the case of Shin. But this disc was made a while ago. Right? Like, this disc was first made 2 months ago. Like, obviously Gregson's wasn't fucking dead yet, even if he is somehow dead now, conveniently. Kazuma was up to strange shit. Like, I'm not surprised Kazuma's on there, whatever the fuck's going on. I'm not surprised Kazuma's on there because he had secret business. Like, there was some shit going on that he did not let us know before Clown Shoes happened. Not to mention a list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from.
Oh, yes, he's probably out there somewhere right now, thinking of you.
No, actually that's not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Yeah! Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Yeah, he's eating some sushi with Dante Devil May Cry. He's fine. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps as a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that whole dead dad thing eventually. But today is not that day.
Oh dear, the ship's gonna set sail soon.
Yeah, it seems so. She's so good at reading faces, and she's a human lie detector like fucking Trucy, right? You would think she would realize. I would actually think that she would realize sooner or later that people were being weird around her whenever the subject of her dad came up.
I'll set sail on that steamship to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato. I had hoped to always have you at my side to guide and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh. See, Dusk, I told you it's not always gay. Sometimes the heterosexuals get one. Once in a while, you people get thrown a bone.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Another fucking unanswered question. The Hound of the Baskervilles. The Ryunosuke Bowl is very, very contested. Kazuma's ghost quietly weeping in the background. If you listen closely, you can hear the sound of a headband billowing in the wind and lots of tears.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Berea, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Now, anime? Anime! Quick, play the Titanic song!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first one, at least.
Oh, we're
Looking
so
back
cute
now,
in anime.
It feels as though fate has led me on
I've got to
this
put the party
journey.
time song on the soundboard. I actually have to. Would have been perfect. Oh. Oh my god, Iris is
Fate led me to
adorable in
becoming a
animation.
lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Ta!
Of course there will.
That's not the game we're playing next.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Susie, do not talk to any teenagers on that ship.
After all,
I have a husband
I
now.
have the greatest friends in the world.
That
on
too.
my side.
Where are you going? Where are you going? The party isn't over yet!
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently.
What?
promotion on the line, the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it over in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? What? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato...
You love defending yourself in court.
What? What? No, what?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Objection! Mr. Sholmes! Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any words you'd like. No, bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use.
Then I really must say...
Objection!
And that's why I strangled my husband, Your Honor!
I can probably still catch up with that boat if I swim fast enough.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired I had ordered them all myself, so I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. Never mind the fact that I never actually did that, and the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays pittance by comparison.
Jesus Christ.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript's due tomorrow now. When I miss Spacey, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cook is an overstatement. For some dry toast and some insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
Why is he letting the 10-year-old drink coffee? What's wrong with him?
I've cemented the pyramid scheme.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Wait, what? Is this a flashback?
I don't know, sir. The innocent man who called my son a liar. Witnesses, my cartridge, but no place for your petty arguments. Yarr.
Did they get involved in another homicide involving steak? Or is that just a flashback?
Having delivered the Russian dancer to the shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while, but last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese man on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give a white guy's offspring refugee in my pocket! A man brings some kids on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair!
Oh, Waga High had kitties. Also, case closed.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock. In fact, hundreds of parts meshed together. Why does the text move so fast? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I will totally not be the main villain in the second game. What gave you that idea? Laser Slash Magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line to out now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it?
Did you not face any repercussions?
Not battle mode for an amateur.
Strike 3, you're out! No repercussions for being a clown, you're out of here!
Oh, her ladyship pushed me to shame.
Please tell me the Skulkins are okay.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those Bailey stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business tapped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
The three lengths of the apocalypse. Who's taking over the pawnbrokery? Good question. Yeah, I don't know why he was back there. I guess it's still a crime scene. Guess they have to, like, catalog everything and, like, figure out what to do with it. Oh.
My warning is back on the beat again, and no thanks to the Reaper!
Nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out the small change in the gutter. I am a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. They're drop the pennies and my lovely wife. Aww. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly! Oh, I'm glad they're okay. I love them. They're very sweet. Yeah, okay, yeah. Zeke got him off the hook with a tap. That's good.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing a bit of time for now. But Iris comes every day for a natter. So what takes you, Boris? Santagio, thank you for the follow. She's always went on about them cases, what Sholmes has been looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting. When you get into them.
Yeah, you are okay. She's gonna you actually gonna be a cop. I did not think you'd be. I thought for sure you would be the type to hold a grudge. Good for you. Please replace Gregson.
I'm working on my Persona 6 script. I think it has a real chance of being accepted by Atlas.
I've renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. Ain't the ass we used to know.
We got time to plan the comeback of Never Let's Go Kids Vikran, right? The Three Musketeers! Make it live for its worth!
I'll take a pose. I wanted a full-on dance number, but I will take a pose. I don't think you guys are gonna get out of prison anytime soon, but I'm glad you're together at least. At least your brother's not. You too, baby. I'm happy for them. About as happy an ending as I could have hoped for.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forever. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Yay! Oh! 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 Oh no! No! Don't show me that! We gotta have the rap album as the thumbnail. No! Oh my god! No! Oh! That's so fucking kawaii. Oh, fuck off. Don't show me that. Oh. Oh, fuck off. Make it both of them? I don't see how that's possible. Unfortunately. One big happy family, god damn it. Oh, look at all these quirky people we met. You can tell he grew into his old man, yeah, really. What's gonna happen? Is Kazuma gonna leave him behind? I swear to God, if Kazuma leaves him behind after the fucking clown bitch. Do you take a bait from the series? We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling by next week. Slip pee pants have been gilded into the back. Just slip pee pants have been gilded into the background and have them be part of the family. Oh, God. Final thoughts? I mentioned at one point when I was looking over my tier list before and just comparing stuff to earlier games. Find it again. Okay, so for the record, here's my tier list. Kino, TNT, and Apollo. You were the chosen one.
Investigations 2, and Dual Destinies. Pretty good. Justice for All, Spirit of Justice, and OG. And then Extraterritorial... Oh my god, he did get left. Fuck you! 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 Edelgard. And then Extraterritorial Rights, aka bottom -0 tier, which is Investigations 1. I mentioned at one point before, like, I forget what point it was that people asked me before, but I said at that point in time, I would be inclined to make a tier list between Extraterritorial Rights and Pretty Good and put it there. I don't know if that's changed or not. It was like during Case 3, yeah. Case 3 was very good. Case 3 felt dirty, and it was clearly supposed to be, given how Case 5 ended up going. And it ended up being brought back around and all that Kino shit. Like, Case 3 and 5 are very good. Case 3 and 5 are some of the best in the series, I would argue. But the rest... like I said, Case 2... Case 2 is straight up clown shoes. Case 2 is straight up clown shoes tier. Like, the longer I've thought about it, the more angry it makes me. I genuinely think... If I have a Case tier list as well somewhere. I'm not gonna read the whole thing out. I have a Case tier list as well that has Apollo 3 and Investigations 1-5. Those are in Extraterritorial Rights. Case 2 is there. Case 2 is there. And then, yeah, one clown. I don't know, the fourth case was not good either. I feel bad saying that because there were aspects to it I really like I love Rolly, I love Soseki-san. Case 4 definitely had a lot of redeeming elements, but generally speaking, it also had some clown shoes ass shenanigans that I can't in good faith put it too high. So I don't know. Is she gonna follow us too now? Is it the whole family? Yep. Oh, that's cute. That's very sweet. And I know this is more of a part 1 than a first game. These games were written at the same time. I know that I need to play the second one first, but I'm just saying, nonetheless, the fact is these were released as these were released as 2 separate games. Right now, I'm just being asked what I think of this game, and I can't in good faith put it much higher than like I said. It pretty good at best. Herlock was Kino. Herlock was an absolute delight. Like, again, the reason this isn't Extraterritorial Rights tier is because 2 of the cases were still fucking Kino. 2 of the cases were Kino tier. There's a lot of stuff I love about this. I love a lot of the characters. There's a lot of good to this game. It is not Extraterritorial Rights, but it has many Extraterritorial Rights elements. And until I do play the second game to know, like, how much of it is justified and how much isn't, then I can't really give it much better than that. But it was very enjoyable. Look at this beautiful family. Look at it. And we got the Skulkins! How many new children did I get? A lot. But yeah, no, like I said, I do fully acknowledge this is part 1, yeah. I'm not, again, nothing's definitive. I'm not about to make a new tier list between games. We'll make a new tier list. Oh! Never mind, 0 out of 10, fuck you! I'm still fucking mad. Thumbnail. Too many thumbnails. Rub salt in my wounds, why don't ya? You fucks. It was a picture of us in our first love. They only added that to this version. Oh, is that new artwork? Oh, that's cool. And the title is the doc now. That's neat. That is cool. Just like Xenoblade, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Xenoblade did do the same shit. Preview the second... Oh, absolutely not. No. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, guys. I've been going for almost 7 hours. I've been going for 6 minutes and 40 minutes. No. I don't think so. Since school is starting this week, this is probably your last week in the stream for a long time. Not even lurking. I'll try to make Tuesday and Wednesday or Thursday. Oh, Spice, goddamn. I'm sorry you're that busy, dude. Don't let school kick your ass too hard. We're here for you if you need us in the meantime. But yeah, no worries. I understand.
Me? Gungaga.
Von Zeke's teaming up was fucking awesome. Von Zeke's is great. Like I said, again, I'll have a lot more to say after the second game. Like I said, I'm not going too in depth. I'm not making any rash judgments because I don't know what's going to come back. I don't know what's going to end up being more important in the long run. All I'm saying is what I think at this point. And at this moment in time, I think this game is I think this game was pretty good. I'm excited to see where we go from here. Like I said, I love Naruhodo. I vibe with him. Sholmes is great. Zeke's is great. I have lots of good new tertiary side characters who no one else gives a shit about that I love. And Case 5 and 3 were genuinely very good. I enjoy those immensely. Daily Iced Tea. I've not played the second game. I don't need to know what will make more sense. Let me be surprised, my dude. How about don't spoil stuff? Your comment got deleted once, and I chose just not to say anything. And now I've seen it twice, and it gets deleted again. Dude, no hinting. I did not think Case 4 would be relevant at all. Now you got me thinking about it again. Don't do that shit. Don't put ideas in my head. I do not recognize your name. You're new. I get it. But come on. If your comment gets deleted once, it probably got deleted for a reason. Really love Sholmes with this. Where that fucking clown guy! The fucking clown guy! That was Case 4! The clown guy's the mastermind! Fuck! I would have figured that out on my own eventually. It's fine. I forgot he showed up in Case 4. Motherfucker. God damn it. Yep. That seemed completely disconnected. He was so disconnected from everything else going on. Oh my god. Alright. Motherfucker. LaBelle will be back as the final boss. I knew it. I knew it. You don't just throw in a character. You don't just throw in a character with that fucking wacky design and not do anything with him. Alrighty. I've said all I have to say for now. Good game. Very excited to continue. I don't know if I'll continue right away for sure or not. Let's, we'll see how I'm feeling by the end of the week. Between having to watch Kamen Rider Decade and likely struggling with No More Heroes since I've never played the Switch version of it. It's gonna be weird to play that game not using a Wiimote. I'll see how I'm feeling by the weekend. If I'm not quite feeling up to voice acting by the weekend, I might take a weekend break between games and do like Devil May Cry 2 or some shit. I'm sorry, DMC2. Should call it by its proper name. But I'll probably jump right into the next one because I'm excited. I am. We got a list. Gotta know what's up with that goddamn list. Gotta uncover the clown. And most importantly, we gotta find that goddamn mixtape. It's still out there somewhere. Thank you all for coming out. Special thanks to I Need Professional Help and all of the Go-Kart and above patrons. If you want to help support the Ryunosuke Bowl, which I have the distinct impression is going to be in full force next time, check out the links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night. Game closed.